This is the PlayStation 2 Slim model. I never had one until now, and well, the Slim is most certainly a small device. Here's my fat PlayStation 2 for comparison. I bought the Slim to replace my 20+ year old PlayStation 2 and it's been a riot. I'm not here to compare the models, instead it's time to talk about this console against emulation. Oh yes, it's that time again. The emulator in question is IFA SX2, basically PC SX2 only for the Mac and Android platforms using ARM processors. I wanted to use it to see how well the Mac users are served when using Apple's custom silicon chips. I'm using the 2021 MacBook Pro 16 M1 Pro equipped laptop for my IFA SX2 system, and yes, we will try to render every game in 4K resolution. Do all the tested games work? Do you need to adjust the settings? Here's the main setup I used for most games, but if I made changes, I'll mention them where possible. The PlayStation 2 Slim is connected to the OSSC via the Sony official RGB SCART cable and set in 480i Passthrough mode, since most people will play their PlayStation 2s at this low resolution. 480p content was line doubled to 960p via the line 2x function though. I've got to try and make it a bit fair for the PlayStation 2, right? Time to get into it. We begin with World Rally Championship. This game is very important to me. It was my first PlayStation 2 game ever. Yes, in 2002 I was given this game as a gift, and wow, what an impression it left on me. This game is also important because for the longest time, this didn't work too well using emulation. Oh, and it supports 16:9 widescreen, which is handy for our displays these days. Question is, does it function on emulation? Yes. Straight away, the 4K internal render makes all of the jaggies disappear and textures are looking clear and crisp. It's almost looking like a high definition PlayStation 3 game now. I do notice the colours are quite different and the blacks are darker too. I also noticed the cars have no drop shadow in emulation, which is disappointing to see after all these years. It makes the cars look odd when driving around using the external camera view. Luckily, the amazing interior camera looks fantastic and works nicely with the upgrade. It's not flawless, but World Rally Championship is finally playable and looks decent with emulation. The sequel, World Rally Championship 2 Extreme, is even better. I adore this game. I play it all the time and it really is worth a try. It looks pretty good on PlayStation 2 using 480i Passthrough, but IFA SX2 emulates this game pretty much spot on. Side by side, the emulator is pretty much an upgrade in every way, and notice the game fills the screen more than the PlayStation 2 Slim footage. The colours are more equal this time, and I find the emulator looking more appealing with very little glitches or emulation issues. Definitely a success on IFA SX2. Tekken 5 is next, and I have a few points to discuss. Because I own the PAL version, I only have access to 50 or 60Hz interlaced mode. This PAL version does not have progressive scan support. The emulated version is an NTSC American copy and it does allow for progressive scan. You might say I should have used the PAL copy to make it a fair test, but realistically, most people will not touch the PAL ROM, and I want to show you the game looking its absolute best. Here's the PlayStation 2 footage. And now the emulation footage. Wow, just wow. However, notice the strange missing boxes in the menu and the lack of bloom effects in the background. I did go through the settings to see if I could improve anything, but it was in vain, at least when using hardware acceleration. Software mode would fix these issues, but you would lose the ability to upscale the footage internally. Despite some flaws, Tekken 5 looks incredible and works fantastic on IFA SX2. Definitely recommended. Virtua Fighter 4 was another game I got very early in my PlayStation 2 days. It was a great fighting game that looked fantastic and played very well. Playing it is still a joy, but look at the graphics. Although detailed, the Jaggers are on the offensive when using real PlayStation 2 hardware. I assume it's because this game uses the earlier version of the PlayStation 2's field rendering technique, which allows for more performance at the cost of image quality. Can IFA SX2 solve this problem? Yes, I mean yes! Wow, the difference is truly night and day. You can see for yourself, right? Look how smooth and detailed the game is now. Easily one of the most transformative upgrades I've seen yet. If you are unhappy with the graphics, definitely give it a shot on IFA SX2. James Bond Agent Under Fire is a game I have a soft spot for. Yes, it's not the best game ever, and yes, the controls will tear your hair out at first, but it's still raw, raucous, and a blast to play once you get used to it. Here's how it looks on both platforms. I noticed changes in how aspects of the game are rendered, such as special effects, colours, and even frame rate performance. The menus in IFA SX2 didn't look great with these black lines all over the screen, but overall it was a great experience, and in-game, the emulator did a solid job in gameplay. Street Fighter Alpha Anthology was the first game that caused me real headaches on IFA SX2. Both games used 480p this time, with the PlayStation 2 using the OSSC's Line 2X function. Yes, 960p. Sadly, in hardware acceleration, the game simply had this strange glitch that affected both the backgrounds and the sprites. Going into the IFA SX2 settings, I fixed the character sprites, but the backgrounds were a no-go. I was forced to use the software mode this time. Amazingly, despite this, the emulator provided sharper results. I did disable the bilinear filter for the software mode, and I made sure any type of filter was disabled for both platforms within the game menu. Goes to show how even the software only mode can look better than even the OSSC using its line multiplier modes. Very impressive. The last game I'll talk about in detail is Colin McRae Rally 2005. This was the first game I could not get working on IFA SX2. I tried everything, software, hardware, Metal, Vulkan and even Null, and nothing worked. Software ran too slow, any hardware acceleration produced these weird artifacts, and textures were missing. Sadly, while PlayStation 2 emulation has come a very long way, it's not perfect, and reasons like this make me glad I still have a PlayStation 2 in my possession. I'll use a montage to go through the rest of the games I tested, and I'll let you hear the audio to see if there are any differences there. I'll catch you at the end.
fight.
Hold still. Oh, it hurts so good.
Who loves you, babe?
Yeah. This show stinks. I am not a win. That's right. Exquisite.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
have gathered some clothes for you.
Wait, don't go. Excuse me, but where are we? And how did I get here?
Yes, Master.
There we are, folks. PlayStation 2 emulation as a whole has come a long way. The days where many PlayStation 2 games wouldn't even start has now gotten to a stage where most games will work with great performance and most games are fairly easy to run on even modest hardware. It's also great to see Mac computers included in this. Unfortunately, at the time of this recording, EFA SX2 development has been halted and who knows if it will resume again. A huge shame. PC SX2 continues to get updated with great new features and I hope EFA SX2 catches up and resumes continuation. As it is now, it is still worthwhile for your Mac platforms. You folks let me know, would you use EFA SX2? What were your thoughts on the results? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. I think we can all agree that the Sega Dreamcast is a console that deserved better. It should have been around a few years longer, it deserved more success, and certainly should have put Sega back on the map. Thankfully, the impact of this console was not forgotten, and now this machine receives more support than it ever had during its lifetime. For example, my Dreamcast runs games via SD cards thanks to the GDEMU mod installed in this unit, and this custom SCART cable has a switcher that allows for both interlaced video output and progressive scan video output. Before, you needed VGA cables to enable 480p. Not anymore. Thank goodness for establishments like Retro Gaming Cables and the wider retro community for making these components possible. It was more expensive than VGA cables, but I find this to be a great all-in-one solution, and to test it out, I will see how Dreamcast games look when both are tested in RGB mode and VGA mode. The RGB mode was tested at 480i Line 4X mode, and the VGA mode was tested at 480p Line 2X, known better as 960p. Let's go. I just had to test Guilty Gear X first. Known for its amazing 2D graphics, the game is perfect to see which mode gets the best results. Here it is at RGB via 480i Line 4X mode. And now, here it is at VGA at 960p. While the game looks good with RGB, the Bob the Interlacing effect is not for everyone. If I had the FrameMeister or the RetroTink 5X, this would look even better. However, the clear jumping quality with VGA is so sweet to see. The difference is massive. I know some of you may not like how sharp the game is, so either use Passthrough for 480p native or stick with RGB. For me, VGA and sharpness all the way. One of my favourite games on Dreamcast is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. It's another 2D fighting game with great visuals. The difference between the two outputs is a bit lessened compared to Guilty Gear X. It's still in favour of VGA, most certainly, thanks to a clear and crisp visual presentation. However, I can understand some of you liking the softer look of RGB in this game, especially on a CRT display. I adore the VGA on Dreamcast, but choices are important and not everyone wants a sharp look to retro games. Tell me which video output you prefer. This PC to console port of one of my favourite games ever is certainly awesome to see enhanced on Dreamcast. Both outputs look great, but again, VGA really shines with how sharp the characters look. However, some may argue against this as the pre-rendered backgrounds don't blend in well with this new upscaled look. I'm used to it now and it doesn't bother me, but it could be something difficult to look past for some of you. Plus, the dithering is very clear with the VGA output. It's still worth playing regardless of the output chosen. Marvel vs Capcom was interesting to test. Turns out when using RGB, the game uses 240p rather than 480i. Yes, that means we can use the 5x mode for the OSSC and go all the way up to 1200p. The VGA mode still outputs at 480p as usual, meaning I used the OSSC's function to line double it to 960p. Trying to find a winner was very tough. I think the VGA was slightly sharper, although the aspect ratio was definitely not the same between the two outputs. Also, it was so hard to tell, I could be wrong, maybe RGB was sharper in this case. Which one do you prefer? Dino Crisis is another interesting game to test. Usually, this game does not work or support VGA output. However, this patched file restores the VGA functionality and now we can see how well it utilizes progressive scan. It is certainly sharper but not by a huge margin. Could this be a side effect of the VGA mode being patched in? Or maybe the filter used in this port might also be playing a part? Either way, VGA is not at its usual standard in this title. Still sharper than RGB, mind you. Which output would you use for this game? I tested a few more games using RGB and VGA output, so sit back and see the results. I will catch you at the end.
The soul of Taki. You win!
Medium left, medium right. 70, medium right, medium left. No! 100, medium left. 50, constant. Oh! Hairpin right. 70, constant. Hey, right. 500, medium right. Checkpoint. 100, constant. Hairpin right. 50, medium left. 100, medium left, medium right. 70.
あ、イネさん。 Ine-san.
Ryo-san, I'm all right, but Hazuki-sensei, I'm all right, but Hazuki-sensei,
My father? Fukusan! Fukusan!
It's been taken over. Troops have been wiped out.
What are you saying?
You're free to leave the complex. But you may as well know you have no chance of getting off this island.
And what about you? What are you going to do?
Troops have been wiped out.
What are you saying?
You're free to leave the complex. But you may as well know you have no chance of getting off this island.
And what about you? What are you going to do?
Don't worry about me.
You can feel the calm before the storm as the round begins. You can feel the calm before the storm as the round begins. Power wave! Crash it! Are you okay?
Ready? Fight! What, little me? Step aside, son, you're bothering me. What am around? Here's a little strategy for you. Deal with this one. What am around? Oh, will ya? Step aside, son, you're bothering me.
I'm sure you folks can see by now why I love the VGA mode on the Dreamcast. It's sharp, crystal clear despite only outputting 480p, and it really makes the games pop. Well, most of them. Sadly, a few titles don't support VGA on Dreamcast, so RGB, S-Video or Composite will be required if there's no patched version of the game available. RGB still looks good, and especially with a good CRT, most of you will be impressed with the visuals on offer. Ultimately, no matter which output you use or what display to play the games on, there's a solution that works for everyone out there. What do you folks think of the results? Would you consider this SCART cable with the resolution switch functionality? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. OBS is my primary recording software when I use my capture card to record gameplay. I always output the resolution at 1800p for a balance of image quality and space used on my hard drive, and yes, I have 4 2TB hard drives to store all of my gameplay captures. Extreme? Perhaps, but I love getting the best gameplay quality possible. I've always wondered though, what would happen if I tried different outputs for my recordings? I mean, 240p, 480p, 1080p and 1800p? Is there really a difference? To find out, I recorded everything at the same 100 megabits per second, and I made sure every codec and audio output was the same. Only the video resolution output was changed each time. Let's see if a difference can be found. I knew straight away I wanted to test PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 games using my PlayStation 5. This console has a lot of games that take advantage of high resolutions and higher frame rates, which should suit our test condition perfectly. Let's start with Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I've used its 4K fidelity mode to really put my theory to the test. It's a stunning game that uses ray tracing in this setting, and I adore it. However, you might not think so judging the image you see in front of you. This is 320 by 240. The same resolution many video games used during the 80s and especially the 1990s. Pretty ineligible, right? How about 640 by 480? Much better. Still not great, but at least I can see details that were not visible at 320 by 240. This is definitely more playable, though still not ideal for most people. When we jump up to 1920 by 1080, the difference is pretty dramatic. It's now 16 by 9 and I can see everything pretty clearly. I know many people probably play this game at this resolution, and it's actually downsampling the 4K footage, so it looks possibly better than even native. 1800p looks better still, although the Elgato HD60S Plus is making the difference not as noticeable as it should be, since the 4K video is now being passed through into a higher 1080p feed instead of native 4K. There's still a difference, mind you, and it's good to see that the resolution jump is not a waste of time. Shadow of the Tomb Raider also takes advantage of 4K output, and once again we see dramatic differences in the resolutions. 320 by 240 is very hard to watch, and a lot of details are lost in this low resolution. The darker picture isn't helping here either. 640 by 480 is much better, and details that were lost or smeared in 240p are restored, although it's still in 4x3 and not the sharpest out there. 1920 by 1080 comes to the rescue, and wow, it's a huge jump. Everything is now clear as day to see, and again, this is being downsampled, thus resulting in a sharper 1080p than you might be used to. 1800p is better still, but again, the difference is more subtle due to the limitations of the Elgato capture card. It still might be worthwhile if you are chasing after the most detail for your video recording. Resident Evil 2 Remake makes this test a challenging one for the different output resolutions. 320 by 240 is the weakest, yet strangely I kind of like how it looks. It gives the game this strange old-fashioned feel, which I think works well for a game like this. Not saying I would play it like this, but I just had to mention it. 640 by 480 is far superior, and of course once 1080p hits, the difference is vast and pretty obvious by now. 1800p is slightly better, but not enough due to the limitations of the Elgato. Although, if you put the same test for a Elgato 4K 60S Plus, the differences would be much greater. So that I don't repeat myself over and over again, here's the rest of the games I tried out, all on the PlayStation 5. Enjoy the games and the different resolutions tested, and I will see you at the end. Well folks, that was a bit of fun, but it does highlight how resolution can play a part in how your image quality will look during and after recording. Several factors will also play a part, including your capture device, computer specs, codecs, bitrate, and of course the output of the video you're trying to capture. Not to mention the hard drive space. The better the image, the more space it will eat up, and trust me, I know the feeling all too well with trying to capture the best gameplay footage possible when using these high quality settings. You let me know folks, what resolutions do you tend to record at, and would you go above it in the future? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. This is the Steam Deck. It's a handheld PC which runs the Linux operating system, and honestly, it's one of my favourite purchases ever. This is the kind of handheld that only my dreams could foresee. A PC handheld with the ability to do everything a tower PC would allow a user to do. Playing Steam games, using the internet, watching YouTube videos, so on and so on. But the one aspect that got me really excited was the emulation potential. Imagine using the PC developed emulators on a device like this, and imagine that they actually work as intended. This is certainly the case on the Steam Deck. However, my favourite console ever, the PlayStation 2, still has emulation issues even with the most powerful of personal computers. So how well does the Steam Deck fare with PlayStation 2 emulation? To find out, I used the latest version of PC SX2 from EmuDeck, and I played quite a few games using both the OpenGL and software rendering options. Let's see what happens. We start with Silent Hill 2, and I used the OpenGL mode. For all games, I'm aiming for native PlayStation 2 resolutions, and I used a sharpened version of the PlayStation 2's bilinear filter. The game works very well for the most part, and I felt the Steam Deck did it justice. The sound sometimes made this strange noise when the camera transitioned from time to time, and I did feel the game slightly slowed down in certain sections, but overall, Silent Hill 2 works nicely on the Steam Deck. I tried Silent Hill 3, and be sure to enable the sharp mode in the display options. Silent Hill 3 was very good, in fact it was near flawless throughout my brief testing with it. I really like this game, and to be able to play it on the go with great emulation performance is just heaven for me. I've always wanted to try driving Emotion Type S for the PlayStation 2, and the Steam Deck does an adequate job running the title. I did not try the software renderer mode, so maybe this would solve some of the stuttering I experienced on the track. It was brief, so you might be able to ignore it for the most part. I will say one thing, the handling model in this game is absolutely appalling. I couldn't believe how awful it was, and this was meant to be better in this NTSC American copy. Wow. Gradius 5 is an awesome entry into the long-running shoot-'em-up franchise, and I really wanted to try it on Steam Deck. The game runs perfectly on the device, and I know this will please many of you. The game is not easy though, so be ready if you want to try it for yourself. Need for Speed Most Wanted was weird. The actual races seemed to run well enough, but the menu slowed down whenever a car was present on screen. This doesn't make sense. You'd think the game would suffer during gameplay. After all, the graphics in the menu are real time, just like the racing action. I didn't try the game in software rendering mode, so this could fix this flaw and improve gaming performance too. I tried Demon Chaos next using the software rendering mode, as I remembered it had thousands of enemies at once on screen. Amazingly, the Steam Deck handled it no problem and it worked without any issues. Quite impressed, I must say. I thought this title would be difficult to run considering the amount of units present at any one time. WRC3 doesn't work too well on emulation, so how about WRC4? This game works pretty well and I can definitely say it is worth trying out on emulation. Admittedly, WRC2 Extreme and WRC3 are the better games, and I do hope someday WRC3 will work properly on emulation. Alright folks, I'll show you the rest of the tested games via a montage, and I will also let you hear the sound output to judge its quality. I will see you at the end.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
And hairpin right, keep in. 50, 3 left, don't cut. 70, long 2 right. And long 6 left. And 4 left into tunnel. And 4 right. And 6 left, 50, 2 right, tightens. 70. Crest and long 3 left, opens.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
せてほしい。綺麗な字を。
はい、調子のみにはなったよ。
もっとせ。
Well done, 007.
Control. We'll have to hold until that jet is neutralized.
Overall, the Steam Deck plays a lot of PlayStation 2 games, and luckily being a personal computer, you can adjust the settings if a game is not working as well as you'd expect. PCSX2 itself has come a long way too, with a lot of games now working properly on even modest hardware, including mobile devices like smartphones and tablets. Imagine telling someone 20 years ago that one day they would be able to play their PlayStation 2 games on a mobile phone and with higher graphics potential. They would have laughed. However, the Steam Deck and PCSX2 are not perfect, and I've shown this before in my many videos on the subject. These platforms continue to get updated, and I have no doubt that any game still not working properly will be fixed in time. You folks let me know, what did you think of the results? What game should I test for the Steam Deck? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. A few years ago, I used to look at my demo disc collection and reminisce about the games I enjoyed playing as a child. Demo discs are a relic of the past, but even today, I still enjoy them. However, I did not play every demo disc under the sun, and I wondered how the gaming landscape was changing as more discs got released. In 2022, I bought this demo disc, the official PlayStation Magazine UK European Demo Disc 38. It came out in mid-1998, and seeing how I have no demo disc from that year, I was curious to see how it was presented back then, along with all the included content held on the disc. Let's explore this PAL demo disc together and see what it contains. Before we check out the included software, here's what the main hub looks and sounds like. An alien who is watching over us with the X, square, circle and triangle logos appearing is pretty cool too. I also love how the menu switch with no sound effect and an effortless transition to the features of this disc. Now, let's see what games this demo disc has to offer. Abe's Exodus. I actually owned this game a few years back, and I now play it on my X-Station modded PlayStation. This game is a 2D puzzle game, and wow, it is tough. Trying to save your fellow kind while trying not to die yourself and solving puzzles will be a big challenge for most players. The game does a good job explaining the controls and what you need to do in order to pass a section. Overall, it looks great, plays nicely, and has a tenseness which keeps you guessing your next move. Haunted Maze. This Netrose made game is strange to say the least. You're trapped in a maze and you need to collect all of the green icons before attempting to find the exit. There's zombies trying to touch you, and if they succeed, you lose a life. Lose them all, it's game over. This uses the interlaced high-res mode, which is always great to see, but this is no looker. The sound effect that plays when you lose a life, along with the ouch displayed on screen, did make me laugh. Not a great game in my personal opinion, but certainly funny. The Unholy War. This 3D arena game by Crystal Dynamics should have been fun, but for me, it just wasn't. The controls were unresponsive, the graphics are so-so, and the sound is just there. I can barely remember any of it, even as I watched the footage back. It was easy to die, and I wasn't happy with the camera with it going all over the place. The game ends quite abruptly too, almost as if the developer didn't want people playing for too long. Unless the full version was a substantial improvement, I'm not playing this game again anytime soon. No one can stop Mr. Domino. I'm lost for words with this one. No, seriously, I am. I know this is a puzzle game of some kind, but I do not know how the game works. I dropped dominoes, I know the game has a health system, and I need to avoid obstacles to get as many points as possible. After that, I have no idea what's going on. The soundtrack is nice, along with the graphics, but I need to learn the game better. If I understand the mechanics one day, maybe this might be a hidden gem that you should try for yourself. Or you should just try it anyway and see if you like it, because this game confused me. Maybe in the comments you guys can tell me exactly how to play. Medieval. I owned the second game, so being able to experience the original for the first time was awesome. It's a 3D action game where your character is brought back from the dead and now it's time to get into unfinished business, or perhaps get revenge. I definitely feel this product was of its time. The controls are great and attacking enemies feels good. The camera, however, really gets in the way and the limited ability to move it doesn't help. Overall, this is a great looking game that still has life if you are able to put up with some issues here and there. I still recommend playing this title. Fluid. This has to be one of the most bizarre games I've ever tried. This music game has you controlling a dolphin through FMV rendered video levels, and you can add beats or samples by hitting buttons on the controller. This game gave me strange sensations as I played it, and I did play for a lot longer than expected just because I wanted to see what would happen next. I mean, it did help that the soundtrack was worth listening to as I played. Oh, and I was messing around as you'd expect. I'm not sure what more I can say other than try it if you think it might appeal to you. Also, the American market never received this game. ISPro 98. Known as Winning 11 in Japan, this version of ISPro reminded me why I used to love the game so much. It's fun to play, even today, and I really got into it. I still couldn't believe how easy it was to pick up and play despite the age of the game. I didn't score, but I had a great time. The only flaws were the poor commentary, and the kicking sound effect is just ridiculous. I could probably make the sound effects this game utilizes for kicking. Despite that, I recommend this game all day long if you are looking for an older football game to play.
The passes are spread around well. A dangerous looking tackle. He tries the shot. Goal kick.
B-Movie. I've never heard of this game before. It's a 3D shooting game where you control an air-powered vehicle and you partake in missions defending the Earth from aliens who are trying to take over the world or something like that. I do love the high frame rate this game outputs, and the destructible environment was fun to see in action. I had more fun goofing around than actually trying to succeed in completing the missions, although I did in the end. The game was okay. I had some fun and the music was interesting, if nothing else. Do I suggest playing it? that'll be up to you. Blast Radius. I remember it so well, and I haven't played it in 17 years. Yes, that's a long time. I must say, the game is a lot harder than I recall. It's a 3D space shooting game where you need to complete objectives and not die in the process. If you've played Connolly Wars, this is very similar to those lines of games. I do enjoy the soundtrack, and this game plays well enough. Although trying to keep the fuel gauge happy is not fun, and I was frustrated when I was unable to find any. I do recommend trying this game, it is pretty good. That was Euro Demo Disc 38 for you, and wow, it was a lot of fun to try out for the first time. I really had fun seeing if the games were any good, along with some of the bonus videos included to help sell more PlayStations and promote it as a platform to make and sell games. These discs lock you into the time they were made, and seeing what 1998 looked like was a trip down memory lane. You folks tell me, did you play this demo disc all those years ago? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. For the last 3 years, I've used the Elgato HD60S Plus with great success. I love this capture card, and although it's not perfect, I certainly have a great time using it. In fact, I like it so much I bought it a second time after I broke my first one. However, this capture card is not cheap. It's still nearly £100 after some years being on sale. That's a lot for those who may want to get into capturing gameplay footage. Other options and older Elgato capture cards exist, but what if you only had £30 or less to spend? You could get this, the DigitNow 4K USB capture card, which I found on eBay for just over £20. Although it claims 4K support and output, the page for it is rather suspect. I also found no mention of its Hertz output, a very bad omen if I ever saw one. It does have USB 3 support, and it does seem to work on all PC platforms, which should please many people. Well, it's time to pit the two against each other. Let's find out together. We may as well jump into the deep end with the PlayStation 5. For both capture cards, I've made sure to record at 60Hz at OBS's 1800p resolution at 100 megabits per second so that we can get a good look at the footage. Let's check out Spider-Man Remastered, first in its 4K fidelity mode and then its 60 frames per second performance mode. Using the Elgato first, the game looks pretty good. Although the Elgato is only passing through the 4K visuals to downscale as 1080p, it's still an upgrade over 1080p native. I've enjoyed using the HD60S Plus, and this footage certainly looks good. When we switch over to the 4K USB capture card, the downgrade in visuals is not as bad as I was expecting. Although the visuals look a bit over-sharpened and the colours a bit off, I would argue for £22 this is serviceable. However, when I switch to the performance mode, suddenly the 4K USB capture card falls apart. The game is still capturing at 30 frames per second, whereas the Elgato displays the game in its 60 frames per second mode as you'd expect. What's going on? Seems as if the 4K USB capture card is limited to 30Hz after trying to figure out the problem. If you think it's just 4K and not other resolutions, keep watching. Resident Evil 2 Remake only works at 60 frames per second on the PlayStation 5, and being a horror game, it has a lot of dark areas that can mess up certain video capture cards. The Elgato handles Resident Evil 2 like a champ, giving us a smooth 60 frames per second and handling the various shades of contrast well. Although not perfect, most of you would be happy about the footage coming from the Elgato. The 4K USB capture really struggled here, I mean struggled. Other than the lack of 60Hz support, the graphics really fell apart here. There's clear artifacts in the recording despite me putting both at 100 megabits per second at 1800p resolution, and the contrast is making the picture appear grayer than the Elgato. In fact, here's a screenshot of the two back to back to really highlight the differences, as I was quite taken aback with what I was seeing. There's no doubt about it, Elgato is the clear winner. Gran Turismo Sport is a racing game I love to play. You need to be given the best tools to succeed, and the Elgato allows you to play at your best. 60 frames per second playback, great colours and good visuals are what it provides. The 4K USB capture card looks okay, but the 30Hz playback hampers the gameplay and enjoyment. The colours are a bit off and the over-sharpened look returns. At this point, you might be asking about input delay. The Elgato was spot on with minimal lag and the gameplay was enjoyable. The 4K USB capture card unfortunately varied from game to game. I found games that used 60 frames per second were much worse in terms of input lag. Not enough to be unplayable, but not enjoyable either. Here are the other games I tried for the PlayStation 5, and I'll let you hear the audio for comparison. I'll see you at the PlayStation 2 testing.
Dying. People are suffering. Soon, they'll starve. All because of a terraforming system that's spiraling out of control. And only I can fix it. Only I have your genetic code. It won't be long before we hit the point of no return. We should keep going.
Might want to grab more of these plants along the way.
Yeah, good idea.
Your suit seems to be working nicely, blending right in. There is the assistant, and there is the infobot. Whew. Masterful work. Now get out of there and decrypt that thing.
Where is the infobot?
Your ship is up ahead. Where are you going?
Come on, let's keep this show going. Catch a ride.
So much for smiling and waving, huh?
I would bet the blogs are behind this, or the Cragmites, or... oh, Dr. Nefarious.
Ha, no way! Nefarious has been retired longer than we have.
Let's try the PlayStation 2 next. The games on here were played in 480i or 576i and of course 480p. Interlaced video needs high frame rates to be displayed properly on a display, and with the 4K USB capture only offering 30Hz, how will this affect the footage? Using Colin McRae Rally 04 first, this game works at 50Hz only. As a result, the 4K USB capture card has a battle on its hands. Using the OSSC's Line 4X mode, the image is more jumpy than I'm used to, and half of the frames are missing, messing up the text and picture output in general. The smoothness is also gone too. For reference, here's what the game should look like when using the Elgato. Much better. By the way, do not use the Dolby Pro Logic sound features on the 4K USB capture card. The audio is absolutely horrible. Listen for yourself.
One Bitrate tightens to 270. Long pre-left opens. Tightens to 3. 50, very long 6 right, tight.
Sound Calibur 3 can take advantage of 60Hz in the PAL version, and although the visuals are slightly better, ultimately the Elgato pulls ahead, especially with these interlaced frame rates. The bob deinterlacing of the OSSC works better with 60Hz I find, and the Elgato handles it well. It's frustrating that the 4K USB capture lacks 60Hz. It would have turned a disappointing product into something someone could have used as their first capture card. Tekken 4 has progressive scan support, and thus I used it. The 480p was boosted to 960p thanks to the 2x mode via the OSSC. The 4K USB capture card looked decent enough thanks to the progressive scan mode, but the colours were too saturated and it was lacking a crispness that I'm used to. The Elgato not only got the smooth 60 frames per second gameplay you'd expect from a Tekken game, it just looked crisper and more correct, if that makes sense. I was certainly wowed with the visuals from the Elgato, and it played beautifully too. I have a few more games to show you, so check out the visuals and the sound output of the two capture cards. I also did some PlayStation 1 testing, so keep watching to see the differences for that platform, and I will catch you at the end. And there we are. These two capture cards compared, and well, it is very clear which one is better. The more I got into the comparisons, the more the Elgato girded its loins. It really is a night and day difference in all forms of video resolutions and frame rates. Not to mention, it sounds better. Way better. If the 4K USB capture card had 60Hz support, I'd actually say it was a decent start for those wanting to capture gameplay footage, not to mention it worked with the OSSC, which is always a plus. As it is, I do suggest you buy a different capture card if you are serious about recording and capturing gameplay footage. Be very careful when buying capture cards that are generic or licensed by third parties. What do you folks think? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In a previous episode, I looked at the difference at how changing the resolution output in OBS affects the video output quality, and the results were interesting to say the least. However, even if you figure out the resolution, your video may still look poor. Here is Spider-Man Remastered at 1800p resolution video output while the game is in its 60 frames per second performance mode. You wouldn't think so with how pixelated the screen is along with its lack of detail. The bitrate is 1000 kilobytes per second or 1 megabyte per second. Yes, 1 megabyte per second. Crazy, right? Here is the same game, this time at 100,000 kilobytes per second or 100 megabytes per second. Quite a difference. So how much do you actually need before it becomes overkill? I decided to test at 2500 kilobytes per second rather than 1000 kilobytes per second, along with 10,000, 50,000 and 100 kilobytes per second to find out. All games were recorded at the same video output resolution, so let's see which one gives us good results and allows us to save space where possible. Well folks, this is a test which is subjective because depending on many factors, the amount of bitrate needed for a clear picture while trying to not use too much storage space is key. Your computer will also determine how far you can push the recording quality before it is unable to cope with the amount of data it needs to transfer every second. I will let you folks watch all of the games I captured with the resolution of the game and the captured settings in the bottom part of the screen, as well as side by sides to see which settings made the difference. I'll see you at the end. There we are folks. As we finish up, I will flash on screen how much space each recording took up on my hard drive. When I was younger, I was always mad at how poor some videos on YouTube looked, especially if the video was trying to show the quality differences between video cables or resolution changes. Although times have changed, it can still be challenging to get quality game captures for many reasons. I hope at the very least this video has helped you see that video bitrate and the codec used can alter the finished video capture, and maybe you can test out your own video recording settings to see what works best for you. Let me know folks, how do you capture video games and what settings do you use? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. Here on Affro's Curiosities, we've spoken about the original Xbox before. We've seen how we can disable the flicker filter and soften switch. I've shown you the difference between progressive scan and interlaced video output. And now I want to see how the Portta fares against the OSSC when using the component cables on Xbox. It's a showdown between these two upscalers yet again, because the Xbox has a strong case for the Portta thanks to a lot of the games having 480p and above support. Will the Portta be good enough for most people wanting a decent experience for a modded or NTSC based Xbox? I used 480p, 720p and even 480i supported games to find out how things change for the two upscalers. The OSSC was tested in 2x and Passthrough mode, whereas the Portta used its 1080p output mode. Let's see how well the two get on. We begin with Dead or Alive 3. I'm a huge fan of the series and playing this on the OSSC at 480p Line 2X is a treat. Sharp yet smooth looking and full of nice details to really showcase the Xbox's power. The Portta is okay and gets the job done, but it looks over sharpened and the colours look odd with some sort of colour noise occurring. The visuals look a bit messy compared to the smooth looking OSSC footage and comparison. For £30, the Portta will be a decent start, but the OSSC's Line 2X mode really is a step above. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike is next, and looking at the two using the same settings as before, the OSSC is smooth, detailed and colourful with all the details staying intact. The Portta comes across as messy with too much saturation in the colours and looking over sharpened and with colour noise in the footage. The win is clear for the OSSC, but again for £30 I think most of you will put up with the lesser image quality. Broken Sword works in 480i only. Yes, not all Xbox games support progressive scan modes. The OSSC was in 480i Passthrough mode and it looks pretty good, even if a bit soft due to the low resolution. The Portta on the other hand looks pretty poor. The image is all wrong, especially with the clear colour banding right across the footage. If this didn't occur, the Portta would still be an okay choice, but clearly it struggles with lower interlaced resolutions. Colin McRae Rally 3 also supports 480i only, so you'd expect a disaster class for the Portta, right? No, it actually looks better here. Yes, there's still video noise from the Portta and there's dithering or some other video noise across the screen, whereas the OSSC is clean and deinterlaces well when I use my OBS Yadif 2X deinterlacing filter. Goes to show that good deinterlacing can make a difference. Soul Calibur 2 has 720p support on the Xbox. The OSSC passes it through, whereas the Portta upscales it to 1080p. The Portta has its best showing to date, looking fairly decent, although the colours are still a tad messy but are in turn better controlled. The OSSC is still a step above the Portta, but the visuals are a lot closer this time and the differences are not as easy to spot compared to the other games looked at thus far. 720p seems to be the sweet spot for the Portta. Black uses 480p and, as expected, the OSSC goes well ahead in sharpness and colour accuracy. The game is not as colourful as the prior titles, and this hides some of the colour flaws seen in those titles when used on the Portta. It's not enough to cover up the quality differences between the two upscalers. The OSSC's picture quality is certainly a level above thanks to the 2x mode and it being a better upscaler overall. Alright, here's a montage of the other games I captured along with the audio so you can hear which of the two sounds best. I will see you at the end.
Troops in the open, call for fire, orders.
Engage.
Spider sting.
Up and left. Up and left. Come on.
You folks can see why I'm happy with the OSSC after all these years. You can throw almost anything at it and it seems to always produce quality video output. For the £120 I spent on mine back in 2020, I've got my money's worth and then some. The Portta is not the best and there's better devices out there that don't cost too much more, which will give you much better video output even if those options don't support progressive scan video outputs. You can even get HDMI solutions which allow you to plug the Xbox directly into a HDMI source without needing analog cables. It will be up to you to decide if the Portta was good enough for this console when factoring in the other available options in the market today. What did you folks think of the results? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. The OSSC has been a staple in my gaming collection for over 3 years now, and using it still impresses me today. VGA, RGB via SCART and component support represents the best in analog gaming, along with RGSB support for the PlayStation 2, allowing me to use progressive scan via RGB SCART and component. The best part of this device is the support for many resolutions and the ability to increase the output resolution via line doubling or above. It really makes the games look fantastic on the higher resolutions we have today. However, costing between £80 to £150 will be a stretch for those looking to get better quality images from retro consoles. Plus, the lack of composite or S-video support might upset those who really want to get nostalgic with their old games. So what about this? Here we have the Retroscaler 2X, a device I bought for £60 from eBay. What does it do? It can take composite, S-video and component video inputs and line double the resolution from 240p or 288p to 480p or 576p and 480i or 576i to 480p or 576p. Will all this be enough to buy this device over the OSSC if the budget won't stretch to it? I will look at the component quality as both support that connection type, and we will see how both fare in a number of games and systems. The OSSC will be tested at its maximum output resolutions including 5x, 4x and 2x, while the Retroscaler 2X was tested at line 2x all throughout. Let's begin! I have component cables for the Sega Saturn, so we will start here. Plus, who doesn't love Sega Saturn games? Here's our first game, a 2D fighting game that runs in 240p. The OSSC was at line 5x and the Retroscaler 2X was at line 2x mode. Both upscalers handled the game well and look good. However, due to the different outputs, the size, image quality and sharpness are all affected. The OSSC looks incredible with the line 5x mode and the colours look excellent. The Retroscaler 2X has a green tint, nothing awful, but I did notice it. There's some sort of video noise or something going on with the life bars that I did not see with the OSSC. Overall, the OSSC wins the visual test, but the Retroscaler 2X is doing fairly well for the price. Street Fighter Alpha 2 really excels on the OSSC. Like Real Bout before it, the picture is bigger on screen, it has amazing colours, and the visuals is as sharp as a rock. I love how this looks on the OSSC. The Retroscaler 2X has the picture really squashed by comparison, although this is a PAL copy of the game, so maybe it really did look like this on TVs back in the day. I'm noticing the same video noise or artifacts that I never saw when using the OSSC. I'm pretty spoiled by the quality of the OSSC, however, the Retroscaler 2X is doing well enough. Let's try a game with interlacing to see how the two get on. Virtua Fighter 2 is a classic example, and to be honest, both look pretty similar. Both utilize the Bob deinterlacing method to deinterlace the interlaced output, just that the OSSC is at 4x, while the Retroscaler 2X is limited to a 2x upscale. The OSSC is sharper as expected, however, outside of that and a slight colour shift, the Retroscaler 2X keeps up pretty well. Yes, it is smaller on screen, but for £60 I think this is a good effort from the upscaler. It's pretty clear to see that interlaced content works out well for this product. Next, a game with 16:9 support, Panzer Dragoon 2 SWI. Thanks to the OSSC's Line 5X mode and its 1600x1200 mode, this fills the screen from top to bottom and from side to side. Of course, the game is super sharp and has nice colours to go along with the action. The Retroscaler is much thinner and squashed compared to the OSSC, although being a PAL copy, this is likely how the game looks to most people when played on a widescreen display of the time. It still looks great, just not as sharp or immersive as the OSSC. Still, a fine effort for the £60 product, and it's nice both support PAL standards properly. Here's more games I tried out for the Sega Saturn, and see if you think the audio is any different between the two products.
Optic blast! Optic blast! Keep flight. Keep flight.
You lose. Round 2. Fight!
Optic blast.
Let's try some PlayStation games using the PlayStation 2, since the PlayStation doesn't support the component output. Gran Turismo 2 is first, and as you'd expect by now, the OSSC really flexes its upscaling powers thanks to the 5x mode, along with its greater colour output and fulfilling the screen from top to bottom. We do lose some of the picture thanks to the 5x mode, so if you want to see more of the Nissan Skyline, use the 4x mode instead. I also see the Retroscaler 2X has a green tint again. It seems to be a recurring theme at this point. Tekken 3 uses the PlayStation's high-res 480i or 576i mode, and here, as expected, the Retroscaler 2X keeps up, although the OSSC looks more detailed and has slightly better colour output. I'm impressed with how well the Retroscaler keeps up with the OSSC in interlaced content. Here's Tucker World Touring Cars, and it also has widescreen support. The OSSC fills the screen when using 1600 by 1200, it looks very sharp and has great colours. However, the screen is a bit cut off from the top and bottom, more so than in Panzer Dragoon 2. If this bothers you, use the Line 4X mode instead. The Retroscaler 2X fares pretty well, filling in more of the screen than in Panzer Dragoon 2 and looks sharp enough. Again, a slight green tint, but nothing awful. The output quality for Street Fighter Alpha 3 is vastly different from the two upscalers. The OSSC looks very sharp and fills the screen from top to bottom with great colours to boot. This really is just a great way to see Street Fighter Alpha 3 on PlayStation. The Retroscaler 2X falls behind with a smaller display window, less sharp visuals and a slight green tint again. Nothing awful, and definitely better than your cheap £30 or lower upscaler which would butcher this PAL copy. However, the OSSC when in Line 5X mode is the clear winner for me. Here's the rest of the PlayStation games I played along with the audio output before we move on to the PlayStation 2.
Freeze! Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Ooh. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies. But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things.
For the most part, the same conclusions will be made with the PlayStation 2 system, as most of the games here output in 480i or 576i, meaning that the two upscalers will be fairly good, although the OSSC pulls ahead in sharpness and colour accuracy. However, the PlayStation 2 has games that do support the 480p progressive scan mode. The OSSC can take advantage of this and even line double the resolution to 960p. The Retroscaler cannot support 480p, not even in pass-through mode. Let's see the difference this makes. Tekken 4 has 480p support, while the Retroscaler 2X has to make do with 480i. The Retroscaler does what it can and it looks pretty good for the limited resolution it has to work with. As soon as 480p is enabled and then given a boost to 960p, the OSSC really pulls ahead. It's so sharp and detailed, the interlaced video has no chance. This also means if you own a Dreamcast, the OSSC will support the VGA output, whereas the Retroscaler has to make do with S-Video or use custom component cables to get the best 480i output possible. Soul Calibur 2 has both 480p and widescreen support. Once again, the OSSC shines with incredible detail while making good use of the display area. The Retroscaler suffers with poorer quality video, especially the video noise here by the life bars. When it comes to 480p supported games, only Emulation or the RetroTink 5X can beat the OSSC with games like this. Alright, I'll show off the rest of the games I tested along with the audio to see if you can tell the difference. I will see you at the end.
Too close. Good job, Reese. There are more mines in the next canyon. Let's go. Vary your speed using boost and brakes. You got all of them.
I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important.
Into 6 left, 30. Long 6 left over crest, 50. Very long 4 right. Into very long 5 right, split time. Into long 3 left. Into long 6 right, 50. Into very long 5 right, split time. Into long 3 left. Into long 6 right, 50. 3 right and 3 left, keep in. And 6 right over crest into 6 right and 6 left, tightens over jump. 5 right, 50. 6 right, 50. 5 left. 34 left. And long 6 right, 30. Long 5 left. And long 5 right, tightens.
That's the way I like it.
It's time I learned you some manners.
Oh, that's it.
Could be worse.
Lunch. Feel it. That's why I'm on top.
I've gathered some clothes for you. Wait! Don't go.
And there we are. I feel the Retroscaler 2X did a good job with the tested games. Yes, it lacks progressive scan support, yes, it can't output resolutions as high as the OSSC, and yes, it seems to have a green tint and some video noise, but for £60, it is not a bad buy for those of you who want to get into retro gaming. It's easy to use, being a plug and play experience, and it is foolproof for anyone who's looking to get some retro games and systems working on the vast majority of our HDMI displays. The only issue is, if you can find an OSSC device with software version 1.6 or greater for £80, you're getting so much more for the money, and it really has been an incredible device in my setup. It has its own set of flaws, and it's due an update with the RetroTink 5X already offering better video output, especially with interlaced content and the ability to eliminate the issues with video resolution switching. It unfortunately costs $300, so it is for the enthusiasts like me who are very serious about video quality capture for older consoles. You folks let me know, would you buy either device for your setup and why? Or would you use a different solution? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. We've spoken about OBS a few times now, and today we come to the last part of this mini-series. We've got the picture looking good, the resolution is all set, and the gameplay looks fantastic. So what about audio? We take it for granted, but audio can be easily overlooked. Quality audio is as important as great looking video as far as I'm concerned. Today we shall explore different settings for the audio in the form of bitrate. Using the MP3 codec for audio, I tried out 20 kilobytes per second, 64 kilobytes per second, 192 kilobytes per second, and 320 kilobytes per second, my choice by default. Is there a difference, and if so, by how much? Let's find out by listening together. Audio testing is subjective, and each increase in bitrate will wield diminishing returns, so I want you folks to listen for yourself for any possible changes you notice in the audio quality as I go up from 20 kilobytes per second all the way up to 320 kilobytes per second. I hope you enjoy, and I will catch you at the end.
they're out.
Explains why they're forming multiple strongholds instead of just one big one. They don't trust each other.
Works to our advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't be dealt with.
Easy for you to say. I gotta go. Instead of just one big one. They don't trust each other.
Works to our advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't be dealt with.
Easy for you to say. I gotta go.
We're down here! I don't care! Let me show you what I got!
How factions that existed within Rikers have stayed together now that they're out.
Explains why they're forming multiple strongholds instead of just one big one. They don't trust each other.
Works to our advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't be dealt with.
Easy for you to say. I gotta go. Explains why they're forming multiple strongholds instead of just one big one. They don't trust each other.
Works to our advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't be dealt with.
Easy for you to say. I gotta go.
Get ready! He's moving fast! Don't lose him! Let me show you what I got!
Reinforcements! There sure are a lot of guys really eager to go back to prison!
2, fight!
That's the lesson for today.
Battle 2, fight!
Hey! Now! Hey there! It's over! Watch out! Uh-oh! Hey! Hey! Over already? Oh well.
Battle 2, fight!
Come on! Come on! Watch out! Come on!
Ring out!
Watch out! Come on! That's the lesson for today.
Battle 2, fight! Ring out!
What are you doing here?
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Whew. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies. But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things. Freeze! Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Whew. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies. But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things. Freeze! Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Whew. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies. But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things. Freeze! Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Whew. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies. But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things.
I hope the video was insightful in some way. It was pretty clear the audio quality suffered up to 192 kilobytes per second. After this point, although differences can be heard, most of you will either find the changes subtle or perhaps you didn't notice the difference. For me, there's no reason not to use 320 kilobytes per second or higher, as most computers accept this established quality of audio playback with no problems. But it was fun to test the differences, and of course way back in the late 1990s and early 2000s, audio from early MP3 players did sound awful with low bit rates. I bet some of you remember those days fondly. You folks let me know if you heard any differences from the samples used today. Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. Many years ago, I explored video output quality by testing two cables for the Sony PlayStation, Composite and S-Video. My argument was you could definitely upgrade the video output for a cheap price, and the video itself shows the S-Video cable performing better than Composite. But here in the UK and Europe, S-Video was not widely adopted. That honour belongs to the SCART cable. A proper RGB SCART cable is much easier to find, and RGB apparently has even better video output quality. To find out, I used the OSSC and the Retroscaler 2X, with both using the 2X mode for a 576p output. Yes, the games in question are the PAL versions. Sorry to the NTSC viewers watching this episode. For the games with interlaced video, I used Passthrough for a native 576i output. Let's see which cable is better for PlayStation video output. We begin with Resident Evil 2. This game uses 3D character and item models which are placed on a backdrop which is pre-rendered. I feel both cables do a great job and look the part. However, flipping between the two, the RGB cable is certainly sharper with a less smeary look, and the colours look better as well. Although the Retroscaler 2X does tend to have a slight green tint to its picture quality. On a CRT display, both would be a huge jump over Composite, and I still love the S-Video results. RGB is better, but don't sleep on S-Video. Rallycross is next, and again the output is pretty good on both cables. The RGB results are crisper, and there's details that are clearer to see compared to S-Video. Both cables allow for the dithering to be clear as day. There's no way around it outside of emulation, hacks, or using Composite video. RGB cables are affordable these days, so many of you may not need S-Video. But again, it is cheaper and will scale well enough with decent upscalers. Testing out Silent Hill was interesting. As you'd expect, the game looks good on both cables, but RGB really stands out here. It's quite a lot sharper, and I definitely like the colours, although the dithering is sharper for better or worse. At least this game has 3D background, so they also benefit from the increased clarity. Hard to believe this is in the 2x mode on the OSSC. Remember, this device can go up to 5x, aka 1200p. Let's change gears with Tekken 3. Using the PlayStation's high-res mode of 576i for this PAL game, the two cables look very similar. At first, it can be hard to tell the two apart. Eventually, we see that RGB is slightly sharper and slightly more colourful, but unlike the other tested games, this is rather minor in comparison. I wonder why this is the case. Does the resolution neutralise the RGB cable, or is it game dependent? You folks let me know. I tried out Tabao number 1 and as I expected, this has similar results to Tekken 3. This game also uses the high-res mode of the Sony PlayStation and looks pretty good, if a bit plain. The RGB is sharper, but not by a huge margin. It makes me wonder if there's a catch when games use different output resolutions. I did capture more games with the 2 cables, so I will let you watch via a montage along with the sound because why not? Might as well put it there. I will see you at the end. This video was a long time coming, but I'm glad I got around to it. S-Video is still a great option in 2024, and it can be upscaled fairly well depending on the upscaler used. RGB SCART is better, and if you've watched my channel for any length of time, you'll have seen the quality it can produce. I adore it. As I said before, both are worthwhile if you want to upgrade from composite video, and S-Video is cheaper to buy than RGB SCART, although SCART is more accessible where I live in the UK. Next up, I will be looking at testing composite, S-Video and RGB SCART for the PlayStation 2, so watch out for that. You folks let me know, what did you think of the results shown in this video? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. This is the Elgato HD60S Plus, and I really enjoy using this capture card. It's easy to use, sounds great, and USB 3.1 support makes it easy to capture games and play them through the OBS window. Not to mention, the visuals look good too. There is a catch. When the Elgato is asked to display 4K resolution, it will only spit out a 1080p downscaled image. In other words, it passes it through. Yes, it still looks good, but it's not 4K native good. So what about 1440p? Elgato's webpage shows that most resolutions are supported apart from 1440p. Does this mean that 1440p is not supported on this capture card? To find out, I used the 1440p output on the PlayStation 5 and the Steam Deck to see what happens. With that, let's go. For the PlayStation 5 testing, I used 4K and 1440p back to back, and I also used OBS to make sure the resolutions match the output. So again, 4K for 4K and 1440p for 1440p. Turns out, after some fiddling, the 1440p output mode does indeed work, just not with HDR turned on. Will this make a difference? Let's start with Gran Turismo 7, and I'm using my trusty BMW E36 M3. Yes, I love drifting and driving this car, it's fun. Here's the 4K downscaled image, and here's the 1440p image. Did you see a difference? No? Allow me to assist you. Zooming into the rear of the BMW, let's try this again. 4K downscaled, and 1440p. This time, you can see the BMW badge is clearer on the 1440p image, there's less artifacts on screen, and the jaggy lines are reduced on the 1440p image. Going inside the interior, we can see the same traits as before, and there's a lot more stair-stepping on the 4K image, whereas the 1440p image is cleaner and more detailed. There's no doubt that the Elgato is processing the 1440p image differently compared to the 4K output. Spider-Man Remastered is next, and almost straight away I saw a difference. You see that red sign just above that door? On the 4K downscaled footage, the sign is illegible and blurry. On the 1440p footage, the same sign is almost readable. I can just about make out the E and X letters in the 1440p image. If I zoom in on the door and sign, the image quality differences are even more frank, which I still cannot believe is the case. The rest of the game is sharper and cleaner if you look at the HUD element especially. 1440p on the Elgato is proving to be working very well, more than I expected. I saw a similar phenomenon in Spider-Man Miles Morales. You see that truck with the numbers? Well, in the 4K output mode, I can see the number 2, but the rest are too blurry to make out. In the 1440p mode, I can clearly see the numbers 2787 on the truck. Zooming in on this truck makes this even more clear. Hard to believe the 1440p resolution is working so well on the Elgato. Why doesn't Elgato say anything about this device supporting 1440p? Of course, the rest of the game benefits from the 1440p mode, including sharper visuals and cleaner HUD elements. Pretty impressive that there's this much difference between the two captures. I tried Rise of the Tomb Raider, and this is a PlayStation 4 game that uses 4K with the checkerboarding reconstruction method. Although a difference can be seen, I found it a bit more difficult to spot as the game can be a bit blurry at times. You can see the checkerboarding breakup in this scene here. However, with some careful sleuthing, I did see a cleaner output with the 1440p mode. Goes to show how a game's overall picture quality can be affected by circumstances other than just output resolution. Here's a few more games that I tested before moving onto the Steam Deck. To confirm the 1440p output, I used the Steam Deck at both 1080p and 1440p outputs to see if the Elgato was indeed processing the two properly. I will let you folks see the footage for yourself, then I will see you at the end for my conclusion. Well, that was unexpected. Strangely, despite not promoting this feature, the Elgato HD60S Plus seems to support 1440p and actually improves the image quality over using the 4K pass-through option. It's a good thing Sony got 1440p output to work, as this was not available when I first got my PlayStation 5. I guess the next thing to do is see how well this solution does against the built-in internal recording capture software of the PlayStation 5 when using 4K resolution. You folks let me know, what were your thoughts on the results seen in this video? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In a previous video, I looked at how the S-Video cable fared against the RGB SCART cable for the Sony PlayStation. I concluded by saying both cables are worth a look, although RGB was better for sure. What about the PlayStation 2? Unlike the PlayStation, this mostly used interlaced video output, although some games allowed for progressive scan support. This alone changes everything because RGB SCART can support progressive scan, although you'll need a device or a display that supports RGSB in order to make it work. Let's find out and see how well the common cables fare for the PlayStation 2. Yes, that means we're comparing Composite, S-Video and RGB SCART cables to see how well they do. I will be using Passthrough on all games on all upscalers no matter the video output. Time to get testing. Let's begin with Colin McRae Rally 04. I love this game and seeing it in action via Composite is quite a sight. You can see what I see, right? There's video noise by the HUD elements, the game is very blurry reducing details and the colours can look smeared at spots. Most people probably see this when they plug their Composite cable into their HDMI displays. Here's S-Video and the upgrade is immediate. The blurriness of Composite has been replaced with a much more clear and detailed picture and all of the smeared colours are now nice and tidy. Hard to believe this Sony official S-Video cable cost me £6 from eBay. What a difference. The RGB SCART cable is even more detailed and clear, but unlike the PlayStation, here the PlayStation 2 doesn't benefit as much with only minor improvements seen in this title. Still, worthwhile if you really want the best picture, but S-Video really is, well, super. Guilty Gear X2 is next, and I turned off the anti-aliasing function, which I believe is a flicker filter setting. If you thought the last game looked bad with Composite, this is even worse. The video noise is out of control, the game looks so blurry and is just an all-around unpleasant experience to play. S-Video improves the image quality to an explosive degree. Hard to believe S-Video can make such a big change and most people never consider it. I hope this shows you why I champion S-Video for these older systems. RGB SCART is even sharper and this time the difference is more obvious, which is good to see. It proves the cable can scale further when used to its fullest potential. Overall, S-Video and RGB SCART are recommended for this game by a long mile. Need for Speed Most Wanted is an awesome title, and back in 2005 I used to play this game using Composite. Using that same cable takes me back to when I was pretty good at beating everything in sight. Of course, once S-Video enters the picture, the quality difference is staggering. Hard to believe the cable can improve the gaming experience so much. Being able to see everything as clear as day helped me appreciate the game and its graphics more than ever. RGB SCART further improves the game, but only in a minor sense. Still worth it for the best picture output for the PlayStation 2. When I then tried out WRC3, I was in for a shock. The composite quality in this game was the best I've seen so far. Yes, the quality is still not good, but it wasn't completely hopeless either. I would argue this is actually playable if you had no access to S-Video or RGB cables. Of course, S-Video is much preferred, although the difference is not as noticeable as the other titles we've covered so far. RGB improves things further, although only slightly. Makes me wonder why the other games looked awful with composite when this game looks almost acceptable in comparison. When trying Soul Calibur 2, we can now use the 480p progressive scan mode when using the RGB SCART cable. However, composite first, and well, this is pretty awful. Video noise everywhere, very blurry picture quality along with smeary colours and HUD elements. Possibly the worst result yet. S-Video is a big improvement, and for many of you, this is an acceptable enough image to play the game. I would be happy to continue playing Soul Calibur 2 this way. Of course, RGB has 480p support, and this is a big improvement over S-Video. This is where S-Video can't claw back any victory as it does not support 480p. Both RGB and S-Video are recommended, but when RGB is used in 480p, it is a game changer. Black also supports 480p when using RGB. First composite, and yes, as expected, looks unimpressive and blurry. Not the worst result, but still not good. On a CRT display, this would have looked decent for most people as it was an upgrade over RF. S-Video does wonders yet again and cleans up the image tenfold. S-Video is the unsung champion in this test because of how cheap the cable is, along with it producing excellent image quality. RGB again wins because it supports the 480p progressive scan mode, which really elevates the image quality. While it is not a clean sweep, the difference is still notable, and progressive scan works so much better on our HDMI displays. With this, I will show off the rest of the footage that I have via a montage. You folks will be able to see which cable is best in each game along with the resolution used. I will see you at the end.
Order up. Another Bloody Mary for the guy in the corner.
Fine, fine. As long as Mr. Stark's picking up the bill, might as well keep them coming.
Okay, Sid. Wait for her to turn her back, and then add the serum. First, select the serum from your inventory. Now add the serum to the drinks, then take the tray to the driver.
No problem.
Good going, Sid.
I think the video results speak loud and clear. S-Video is a huge improvement over composite cables, and I strongly recommend looking at S-Video if you want a cheap way to improve image quality on supported retro systems. RGB SCART is amazing, and I love how cheap it is to get great SCART cables these days. Yes, the price is more than S-Video, but the image improvement along with 480p support for the PlayStation 2 means you can get the best out of the console. Composite is still acceptable if you plan on using a CRT display to play these games, and I know many people watching this video will strongly suggest this idea. However, in 2024, HDMI displays are the norm, and using composite will only disappoint you. S-Video and above are my choices, and believe me, the results are worth it. What do you folks think of the cables used and their video quality results? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In the previous episode, I looked at 1440p support for the Elgato HD60S Plus, and I found not only does it work, but the capture card processes the image differently. It actually looked better than the 4K pass-through footage, which was a surprise. This got me wondering about how well the PlayStation 5 internal recording software fares with this newfound discovery. To find out, I used 1440p as before for the Elgato, but for the PlayStation 5 internal captures, I went back to the 4K resolution, and I was forced to use the WebM format in return, which sucks. The MP4 format, which was ideal for this test, was only available at 1080p, very lame. I'm not going to mince words here, but having to use Handbrake to change the file format to MP4 took a very long time, and I only captured footage for 9 games. Anyway, more about the process later. Now let's see which of the two solutions has the best video output. Soul Calibur 4 is a PlayStation 4 game that uses checkerboarding to reach 4K when in the PlayStation 4 Pro output mode. Here's what the 4K internal recording from the PlayStation 5 looks like. And now the Elgato using 1440p. The Elgato is less artifacting looking with less compression blocks on screen, and it also has a sharper presentation. I also noticed differences in the black levels, contrast and colour saturation. It's clear that the Elgato is the better of the two capture solutions for this game. Here's a few screenshots and clips of the two to further show the differences. Rise of the Tomb Raider has the same quirks as Soul Calibur 6. In other words, the same 4K checkerboarding output when in the PlayStation 4 Pro mode. The same image quirks as expected appear too. Less contrast, lower black levels, more compression artifacts, lower saturation, and a less sharp picture overall defines the PlayStation 5 internal capture when compared to the more appealing Elgato capture. Quite amazing how the Elgato is doing so well despite rendering its video output at a lower 1440p mode. How about the Resident Evil 2 remake? Well, straight away the contrast and black levels stick out on the PlayStation 5 internal recording. It's grey compared to how the Elgato handles it. Apart from this however, we see signs that maybe the 4K internal capture is holding its own. Look at this scene at the beginning with the part where the door is. I much prefer how it looks on the PlayStation 5 versus the Elgato, despite it being a cleaner recording with better black levels. There's other evidence that supports this as shown by these screenshots and clips. Let's see if the other games follow suit. I tried Spider-Man Miles Morales to see if we can get more out of the PlayStation 5 internal recording. The menu in Spider-Man Miles Morales is in real-time 4K, and we can see the text is cleaner looking on the PlayStation 5 internal recording, although black levels again suffer. Using the performance mode, any advantage seen by the PlayStation 5 internal recording is gone, and the Elgato storms ahead once again. It's a shame that Sony won't let us control how many megabytes per second the PlayStation 5 is allowed to output. If I had to guess, it is around 10 to 30, maybe 40 megabytes per second tops, whereas the Elgato is using 100 megabytes per second via OBS. In Spider-Man Remastered, I used the fidelity mode for 4K output this time, and the PlayStation 5 did a good job. Although lacking in the black levels, it looked a lot cleaner with the text, HUD elements, and even the finer details. My best example of this was at the end with this standing shot of Spider-Man. See how the PlayStation 5 internal recording is sharp yet clean in the picture quality, with the Elgato looking a bit messy in comparison. Spider-Man's outfit resolves detail better too, with less smudging on the webbing of his outfit. This proves the PlayStation 5 internal recording can look great in the right circumstances. In Gran Turismo 7, I used this car showcase feature as it uses the in-game graphics, making it perfect for testing. The two capture options seem to be fairly matched, although the 4K internal recording resolves details better and again looks smoother. In actual gameplay conditions, these traits continue, and although the black levels are lacking, overall I'm pleased with the PlayStation 5 recording. It just needs a bit more spark, that's all. If it had that, it would be, well, pretty good for most people. At this point, you can see that the PlayStation 5 has potential when using the 4K settings, but the black levels, saturation, and overall sharpness is holding it back from true greatness. As someone who loves to edit and color grade footage, I decided to improve the footage of the PlayStation 5 recordings in post-production. I gave each game recording better contrast and black levels, and I sharpened up the footage for a little bit of extra punch. I'll let you guys see the results of this new footage and judge for yourself if the improvements are worth the hassle. I'll also let you hear the audio differences in case this aspect interests you. I will see you at the end.
the end of the world. The police station. Almost there. Anybody here?
It's a weak spot.
Right.
I'm ready.
Okay, concentrate.
Another one's coming.
Be honest, you were all waiting next door until I thought I'd won just to be mean, weren't you?
Peter, it looks like Lee took over a legitimate auto repair business.
Explains where the demons get all their vehicles. Be honest, you were all waiting next door until I thought I'd won just to be mean, weren't you?
Peter, it looks like Lee took over a legitimate auto repair business.
Explains where the demons get all their vehicles. Trucks, ambulances.
Exactly. You shut this down, they'll have a tougher time moving around the city unnoticed.
As you saw, the PlayStation 5 internal recording has a lot of potential, and when everything clicks, it can look great, especially when improved in post-production. Let's talk about the process of capturing and exporting footage, because that's where the PlayStation 5 loses brownie points for me. To record gameplay is simple enough. You just need to double tap the share button and the recording will start. Double tap again to finish recording. You can record up to 60 minutes per session, and it will save initially onto your PlayStation 5's inbuilt hard drive. You can export it on the PlayStation 5 itself using this free app, which doubles as a basic editor if you want to edit footage on the PlayStation 5. You can copy the footage onto an external hard drive of your choice, which is what I did to get the footage onto my MacBook Pro laptop. What's the problem then? Well, first off, the PlayStation 5 forces you to use the WebM codec when recording in 4K. This causes problems because you need to change it into a MP4 codec or something the computer can see before most people will be able to play it back, and doing this process on Handbrake takes forever. A 10-minute clip took 40 minutes to convert into a 4K 60 megabits per second MP4 file. Not quick or convenient. Even the PlayStation 5 forces this WebM format when you export using the app it supplies. Not good. The PlayStation 5 doesn't allow you to select how much bitrate the captures are afforded, instead using a one-size-fits-all method, and you can't record footage on external drives. Only the inbuilt internal drive works from what I could figure out. This meant leaving a lot of space to comfortably record and leaving out the games that I wanted to test for this video. Sony needs to improve the software massively if it really wants more people to seriously use its capture software, because right now it is too limited for those wanting to take full advantage of what is currently provided. What do you folks think? Is the PlayStation 5 still good enough for recording gameplay despite the flaws? Let me know in the comments and I will see you soon. On Affro's Curiosities, my most successful video was me looking at Duckstation for the second time against real PlayStation hardware. A lot of you loved the results along with the excellent software shown from the Duckstation team. Now, using my MacBook, I aim to test more games to see how the two fare when pushed to the limit. That means my PlayStation is using the RGB SCART cables connected to the OSSC with a 5x output for 1200p. Although any high-res games were outputted at Passthrough mode. The Duckstation emulator is using the settings that you see on screen now. I've boosted the resolution to 4K, used the disk speedup functions, turned on overclocking to 150%, and used 24-bit colors to eliminate dithering completely. Oh, and I disabled any semblance of interlaced video. I also enabled perspective correction settings to make the game look as smooth as possible within the textures. Let's see how the two fare. We start with Wipeout 3 Special Edition. This PAL exclusive game has widescreen 16:9 support, so let's try it. Wipeout 3 is a fantastic looking game, even today. The texture quality, colours and overall artistic vision really hold up despite the age of this title. Duckstation really enhances this game tenfold. The differences are unbelievable. Just look at the detail in Duckstation and the lack of dithering really makes the image shine. In terms of performance, the games seem identical, although the load times on Duckstation are significantly quicker thanks to the disk speedup hack. Also, the perspective correction hack works well here. Almost everything texture-wise is straight and true with little glitches present. This is a huge success for Duckstation. Silent Hill is next, and I was looking forward to this one. This classic horror title is a sensational effort from Konami, but I always wondered what would happen if the game was remastered. This PlayStation title suffers from inconsistent frame rates, massive amounts of dithering, and the conversations are a bit stilted with slow responses from the characters. Duckstation really brings the graphics to life. The detail is once again incredible, the 3D backdrops benefit with details now truly coming to life, and the frame rate has improved with it all mostly locking to 30 frames per second. The conversations are snappier thanks to the disk speedup hack, and load times are pretty much instant. The charm of the PlayStation look is lost when using these enhancements, but the game definitely plays better because of them. Tomb Raider 2 is an older title that's quite dated, but it's my favourite of the older Tomb Raider series. This game looks alright on PlayStation, and the game has decent detail on Lara herself. The backgrounds do look a bit suspect, lacking details when viewed up close and having the usual PlayStation weakness of warping textures around the player. Duckstation does improve the game in many ways. The frame rate is locked to 30 instead of dropping frames from time to time in the PlayStation footage, and the details really stick out. The texture quality is better, although still a bit poor, but what can you do? At least the details are as clear as day. Do you think this is a good improvement over real hardware? Let me know in the comments. Demolition Racer is one of my favourite games of yesteryear, even if it is a bit of porridge. Don't ask, I like this game, okay? Playing it on PlayStation is workable, but the frame rate is the main problem. Getting 16 cars to crash into each other in these decently sized tracks slows the PlayStation and affects handling. Not good. Duckstation then not only improves visual quality but fixes the frame rate thanks to the overclocking hack, and in turn keeps the handling confident and consistent throughout a race. I had more fun playing this title on Duckstation than on real PlayStation hardware for this aspect alone, never mind the improved 4K graphics. I do understand why some of you prefer emulation over real hardware when examining results like this. Here is a Japanese PlayStation exclusive game, Glazer. Yeah, I never heard of it either. Must say it has this odd 3D-ish view as you fight. Very forward thinking as you can see. This aspect can be disabled as I found out after recording. This game is utter rubbish, but that 3D view thing with the 2D fighters made me wonder how Duckstation would fare when blown up to 4K. Wow, look at that! The character sprites and 3D-ish backdrops have seen a huge improvement in quality and clarity. I was not expecting this result. The game is still useless, but at least it looks nicer, right? This makes all the difference.
Here we go.
Speaking of useless, how about Battle Sabers? Yes, it is another Japanese PlayStation exclusive title. The unique aspect of this fighting game is the ability to choose parts before each fight. This could have been pretty interesting, but the gameplay is stiff, controls like broken glass, and animates like cardboard boxes trying to fight. Still, at least Duckstation makes certain details shine through, and the game does have a more cohesive look about it now. It doesn't make up for the awful gameplay, so proceed with caution, or just don't play it at all. That's a good idea. Here's a good game, Bloody Roar 2. This title has widescreen support and uses the PlayStation's high-res mode, aka 480i or 576i, to render the graphics. Although old, this is a very impressive game visually. The graphics are smooth, detailed and animate very nicely for a game released in the late 1990s. I also love transforming into a beast and kicking the Glutamus Maximus out of my opponents. Duckstation does enhance the graphics, and thanks to the 480i output, the game is very sharp to the eye. The jagged lines of PlayStation hardware are all now smoothed out and look very nice as well. Right, I did record other games and I want you to hear the audio so you can decide which of the two platforms you prefer, both in graphics and sound. I'll see you at the end. I hope you enjoyed this updated look on Duckstation against real PlayStation hardware. It was pretty clear that the emulator works beautifully and enhancing PlayStation games can have great results. All of this will depend on the title in question, along with what you intend to do to make the experience better for you. Everyone is different with different tastes to graphics, so you do have flexibility when it comes to giving your experience a personal taste. I will say, do not let Duckstation invalidate real hardware. There will always be a place for playing on real PlayStation hardware, and the retro community has worked wonders with this piece of technology. We cannot deny how great the emulator is though, and we should celebrate both because one would not exist without the other. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on Duckstation? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In a previous video, I proved that the Elgato HD60S Plus not only supports 1440p resolutions, but it processes the image differently from the 4K Passthrough mode, retaining more detail than expected. This got me thinking, how much of a difference does this make compared to the other supported resolutions on the PlayStation 5? I decided to find out. I tested 1440p, 1080p, and 1080i with a couple of games to see what happened with the different output resolutions. All were recorded at the exact resolution outputs, and all were recorded at 100 megabits per second to eliminate as much compression artifacting as possible. Let's do this. We begin with Horizon Forbidden West. I used its 4K fidelity mode to maximize the graphics potential. Starting with 1080i, I deinterlace this with OBS via the Yardif 2x setting. The picture quality is rather soft and there's a lot of A-listing going on if you look closely. It's not awful or even a bad picture, but the interlaced resolution is clearly showing its limitations here. 1080p is definitely an improvement in terms of sharpness, and the picture seems more stable and certainly less alias compared to 1080i. This is true Full HD compared to 1080i, but it's not the biggest improvement ever seen. Still much better if you can take advantage of 1080p. As for 1440p, the difference is noticeable. The picture is much sharper over the other two resolutions and details are much easier to see. With the three side by side, 1440p is clearly the most detailed and has a sharpness which would be more acceptable to view on a 4K display. Next up, Spider-Man Remastered. Again, using the 4K fidelity mode, let's see how the resolutions fare. 1080i shows clear aliasing in the HUD elements and the picture is soft too. Faraway details such as the loading zone sign looks blurry as well. The overall picture quality is not the worst, but it shows why interlaced video output has its limits compared to progressive output. 1080p sees an improvement and the same details are slightly more discernible to read and see. The aliasing is mostly gone too, resulting in a smoother picture all round. 1080p is still not amazingly sharp as expected, but it will do for most people, especially those not using a 4K display. 1440p really improves the picture quality as expected. Details pop quite a bit more thanks to the added detail of the higher resolution, and the HUD elements look smoother too, reminding you of the higher resolution on show. If you cannot use 4K but can take advantage of 1440p, go for it. The difference might surprise you. I tried Wreckfest next because this PlayStation 5 version runs at 60 frames per second only. How will this affect the image quality? 1080i was definitely not having a good day. The aliasing issues really showed themselves when anything moved or turned, and as a result, detail was lost on the cars and the landscape had a weird shimmer to boot. Image quality was also soft, maybe more so on this game. 1080p fixes the aliasing issues seen with 1080i, and now the image is a lot more coherent, which makes enjoying the game much more possible without distractions from the 1080i footage. It is soft, but definitely a big improvement. 1440p enhanced to what 1080p fixed and now looks detailed with good clarity. It shows why 1440p is a good middle ground. If you cannot use 4K or you just want a lower resolution that's still got a good amount of detail to it, 1440p is my choice, especially if you have a capture card like the Elgato HD60S Plus, which seems to be at its best here. Resident Evil 2 Remake also runs at 60 frames per second only for the PlayStation 5 version, and as expected, 1080i suffers with increased aliasing to the picture and a blurrier output thanks to the interlaced resolution on display. 1080p definitely restores clarity to the image this time, thanks to a smoother looking image from the switch from interlaced output to progressive. The 1080p output also looks slightly sharper to boot. 1440p improves on the 1080p results, and this is handy to have as Resident Evil 2 Remake is a soft looking game with all of the post-processing effects applied to the graphics. 1440p increases the sharpness and clears up the image clarity just that little bit more. Here's a couple more games that I tested in 1080i, 1080p and 1440p on the PlayStation 5. See which of the three resolutions are best, and I will see you at the end. The 3 resolutions tested definitely showed results that actually made a difference to the gameplay experience. Well, it did for me anyhow. I believe that most of you will be happy with 1080p or above output resolutions from the PlayStation 5, and the rest will depend on what display you use and what frame rates you wish to play at. Since 60 frames per second is desired by most gamers as a minimum, performance mode will be the preferred mode, thus meaning a lot of the games will top out at 1440p or even 1080p resolutions. You now know which resolution output to choose when playing PlayStation 5 games up to 60 frames per second and the image quality you are likely to get when you pick one to use. You folks let me know, which resolution would you pick for the PlayStation 5 and why? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. Here on Affro's Curiosities, we've looked at various consoles over the years and seen how the legitimate hardware fares against emulation, usually trying to use emulation as a way to enhance visuals. We've seen the positives and negatives to this, and many of you have left comments on my videos debating whether or not you like the emulation results. If there's one thing I haven't done yet is actually emulate a Nintendo platform, so why don't I fix this by comparing the Gamecube to the Dolphin emulator? Dolphin is a fantastic emulator that's easy to set up and use, so I will aim for 4K resolution with the nearest neighbour scaling for the sharpest results. The Gamecube in this video used 480i in pass-through mode with the deinterlacing handled by OBS's Yadif 2X filter. I know the Gamecube can output 480p, but I only have a RGB SCART cable which doesn't support this output. Sorry about that. With that, let's begin. Let's start with the remake of the original Resident Evil. This was an astonishing game back in 2002 and it still holds up even with 480i video output. The backgrounds look alive and visually stunning despite being pre-rendered, and the 3D models are very detailed with good animation. I can see dithering and a rather obvious noise pattern, but I still think this is an exceptional looking title. Moving over to emulation, the look of the game changes for better and worse. The 4K internal upscale has made the 3D part of the graphics look incredible, and the image clarity is certainly striking. Sadly, the 2D textures and the pre-rendered backdrop scale poorly, having a messy pixelated look or just blurring badly. There is no sight of dithering, mind you, and you could use the bilinear filtering rather than the nearest neighbour I chose for this video. Sadly, no filter when upscaling to this degree can fix this visual flaw with the 2D elements. Let's try Ikaruga next. This vertical shoot 'em up has a small playing field, and when zoomed in to see the action, we do lose some image clarity, although the 480i image from the Gamecube is serviceable. I had fun trying to survive the waves of enemies thrown my way, and of course beating these bosses had me very satisfied. Playing on Dolphin, the visuals really stood out. The clarity on the background graphics in particular caught my eye, and in general most of the assets benefited from the 4K upscale. There was a bit of aliasing, so perhaps the bilinear filter might have been a smarter choice, although I do like sharp visuals as well. The choice is up to you. Here's Paper Mario, an RPG game that really has this nice 2D art style, even though you can move in a 3D space. The graphics really have held up well, not even 480i can spoil this game. Honestly, this is a title that I might actually continue to play due to its visual style and charm. As for Dolphin, the visuals look incredible. The 4K upscale works wonders and transforms the title for the better. The graphics may appear a little too sharp, so I would advise you using the bilinear filter if you agree with that statement, but otherwise, this game is certainly a looker. Here is Cell Damage, a game that has this unique shell-shaded look and it really looks like a cartoon from the early 2000s. I'm used to the PlayStation 2 version which looks a little different and only saw a PAL release, so this is rather interesting. Still, the Gamecube delivers on the graphics and I love the way this game looks and animates. On Dolphin, I noted some interesting anomalies. First, the black lines around the cars and item boxes were much thicker than on real hardware. Secondly, the 2D character portraits and character locations were very messy with their pixelated appearance. Third, the textures appear lower quality and the image does lose some of the cohesion, which was nicely done on the Gamecube. I'll let you guys decide which one you prefer. Soul Calibur 2 has to be better on Dolphin, right? Well, here's how it looks on Gamecube via 480i, and now Dolphin in 4K. Yes, the difference is gigantic, with Dolphin spitting out a hugely impressive image, with the only blemish being the hit effects looking a bit pixelated, and some of the HUD elements are affected, but otherwise it is a convincing win for Dolphin. It is still a good looking game on the Gamecube, mind you, and it can look better when enabling 480p via component video. The last game I'll cover in detail is Tony Hawk's Underground 2. This game is awesome, although I did struggle with the Gamecube's controller as the D-pad is not its strong point. The game also looked a little soft for my liking, but as it is being output at 480i, there's not much I can do outside using the 4X mode via the OSSC, although I'm not doing that today. Dolphin at 4K really transformed this game tenfold. Honestly, I was rather surprised at how much difference the emulator made at this resolution. Seeing the two side by side, the visuals are night and day in my opinion. Now, I will play the rest of the captured footage via a montage, and of course, you folks can listen to the audio to decide which of the two systems sound better. I will see you at the end.
You say your name was? Andy! Andy Allen!
Don't mind him, Alan. Lost a lot of friends in France. We all did.
It's hell out there, guys. It looks like a whole division of SS has moved in, and they aren't giving up those crossroads.
Okay, listen up. We got a regiment of mechanized SS dug in across that river. Division wants control of those crossroads, so it's Fox's job to clear that bridge for our army.
Can't we get some air support, sir? Sure make this a hell of a lot easier.
Look out, Stukas! Division wants control of those crossroads, so it's Fox's job to clear that bridge for our army.
Can't we get some air support, sir? Sure make this a hell of a lot easier.
Look out, Stukas! There's no time. We've got to take that damn bridgehead right now. Sergeant, I want you to take your squad and move down that hill. Incoming!
Are you the only officer left in the building?
Who are you?
Claire Redfield. I'm looking for my brother Chris.
We lost contact with him over 10 days ago. Chris, Jill Barry. Every last STARS team member over 10 days ago. Chris, Jill Barry. Every last STARS team member has disappeared. We should have listened to them.
What happened?
About 2 months ago, there was this incident involving these zombie-like...
Fast. Get loose. I have to stop him. That means I have to put him down. Fast.
Alright, we can definitely say that the Dolphin emulator is very well optimized, and in a lot of cases when upscaling Gamecube games, the results can be spectacular. Although not all games benefited from the massive resolution upscale, the settings are your best friend if you see something within the graphics that looks off or unpleasant during gameplay. The Gamecube does support 480p in selected titles, but you will need component cables or a HDMI solution to take advantage of this feature, and of course, not all games support 480p. Despite this, playing the games on native Gamecube hardware is still worthwhile, and there's a charm about the console that I really like. You folks let me know, what did you think of the two and the results in question? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In the previous video, I looked at how the Nintendo Gamecube fares against emulation, and for the most part, the Dolphin emulator when outputting at 4K resolution looked incredible. There were games that did not translate well to 4K, and it got me thinking, Can we improve the video output quality of the Gamecube without using 480p or the Line 4X mode on my OSSC? I have Swiss installed on my modded Gamecube and I messed with some of the settings that you see right now. I picked these particular settings for all the tested games along with using the default settings to see if we can indeed make the image quality look better. I'm using RGB SCART at 480i yet again, so let's see what results we get. Maybe this could work. We begin with Eternal Darkness. This classic Gamecube title looks alright in its default settings on Swiss, and the 480i output isn't too bad. Widescreen support is a nice bonus too. Now let's try the settings I changed within Swiss, and yes, there is a difference. The picture looks a bit sharper and a bit clearer. This was a surprise. I did not expect to see any changes, but looks like standard video output can indeed be changed. The video output does look slightly messier though. Could be the effects of the deinterlacing, but you folks let me know what you think of the picture quality differences. I tried Paper Mario next because of its glorious art style. Here it is in the default mode when you just play it without tweaking anything. Here it is now with the settings I changed, and just like Eternal Darkness before it, there is a difference. The game looks sharper and the graphics look clearer too, pretty much the same results as the game before it. In other words, we can indeed improve image quality despite being stuck with 480i. I tried Resident Evil Remake, and this time the differences were quite interesting. As seen so far, the settings I changed did make the game sharper, but the noise or film grain was more noticeable too, and more intense. I also spotted points where the dithering was missing thanks to this toggle here. Without dithering, the colour banding on some spots, particularly lighting, was very ugly and out of place. I was unaware of the game using this technique in this manner. For me, the improved sharpness might have actually had a negative effect on the overall picture quality. Plus, turning off dithering was not wise on my part. You folks let me know what you think of the results in the comments. I had a feeling Ultimate Spider-Man could be improved, and after playing I can say the settings I chose made a positive difference. The game is sharper and you can see details a little bit better too. The dithering issue does not appear to be present either, so you can enjoy the visuals in all their glory. So that I don't repeat myself 1000 times over, here's the rest of the games I tried out. See if you can spot any differences, and I will see you at the end.
Biggs, Wedge, follow me. Great shot, Luke.
Well folks, we definitely saw differences thanks to the Swiss program in the Gamecube. I assumed the program was automatically choosing the best image quality for my cable, but after messing around with the settings, I can say that this is not always the case. Of course, this aspect means the settings will work in various ways on a game-by-game basis. Some games will massively benefit from the changes and others will not. If you have a modified Gamecube and you have access to Swiss, you might want to try changing settings on the output to see if the graphics can be improved further. You folks let me know, would you do this if you had a modified Gamecube with Swiss installed? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In a previous video, I looked at the OBS software I use for capturing footage and changed the resolution output from 240p up to 1800p. I used the PlayStation 5 as my test subject and the results were pretty interesting. It was meant to be a bit of fun and the same will hopefully be the case here. For this video, I'll be using the PlayStation with the OSSC at line 5x and line 4x for maximum graphics potential. For OBS, I elected to use the following resolutions: 144p, 240p, 480p, 1080p and 1440p. All resolutions were captured at 100 megabits per second to eliminate as much compression artifacting as possible, so the only changes are the resolution outputs. By the way, 144p is the same output used on the original Game Boy display. With that, let's see the results. We start with Breath of Fire 4. This RPG game has a mixture of 2D characters and 3D backgrounds for its graphics. Right now, you are seeing the output of 160 by 144. This resolution was used by the original Game Boy and, as you can see, pretty much all detail is shot to pieces. I cannot see anything but pure pixels and blur. What about 240p? I can actually see some details now, and although still blurry to watch, at least I'm able to see what is actually happening on screen. 480p is a huge improvement over 240p. There's still some blurriness, but the image reminds me of a clean upscale on a HD TV display. 1080p is a huge step forward. We get a bigger image on screen, the details are very sharp and other elements such as dithering show up in all their glory. You could see it in 480p, but 1080p brings up the small details to the surface. 1440p is basically 1080p but slightly sharper with crisper details and even less blur. The OSSC tops out at 1920 by 1200, therefore 1440p can't do much to improve the image further. Next up, it's Popo LaCroix 2. This game has an English translation hack and it seems to be a pretty good RPG title. I love the graphics, with the hand-drawn look standing out. At 144p however, everything is a blur fest. I can see no detail at all. The resolution is too low to be really worthwhile. It makes me recall the days of watching 144p videos on dial-up connection. 240p is a big improvement. Look, I can see the characters' faces and other details that were hidden by the 144p output. It's still not good, but at least we can actually see what's going on. 480p once again shows much more detail and reminds me of a clean output to a HD TV when upscaling the 240p image to 480p. Amazing how much changes we can see between the two outputs. 1080p looks fantastic here. Bigger picture on screen, very sharp and full of lovely details. Because of the art style, some of you might not like this amount of detail, but I certainly do. 1440p is a slightly sharper version of 1080p again, but on a 4K display, this boost in sharpness helps keep the image looking great with minimal blur. Tekken 3 uses the PlayStation's high-res mode of 480i or 576i for the PAL version. You wouldn't know that from the 144p output as it's so blurry. I can't see anything outside of the characters, and even there, the details are wiped out. 240p is better again, but still far undetailed to make out much. At least we can discern the characters and make out a bit more of the background details. 480p is much more like it. It reminds me of what the PlayStation Portable output in 480p does, albeit not as smooth or as detailed when using the real hardware. It's still comparable and rather interesting to see. 1080p looks really nice, sharper, detailed and bigger on screen. We can even see the Bob deinterlacing effect more obviously now thanks to the huge resolution jump. As you expect by now, 1440p is a sharper version of 1080p, but this helps when outputting a game like this on a 4K display. Pretty nice. The last game I'll talk about in detail is Jarrett and Labonte's Stock Car Racing. I'll be using the 4x3 mode today, but this title does support 16:9 widescreen for our modern displays. 144p just looks like a blur on screen. Imagine trying to race with this level of video quality in your face. The interior view is even worse. There's no detail to see here, just impossible to recommend. 240p is a huge improvement. It's still very difficult to use or see, but at least some details can be seen now, and again this picture reminds me of old dial-up videos of gameplay with the same resolution output. 480p is quite nice to see. I like the results being smooth and detailed enough to work with. Yes, on a high definition display, the results are a bit soft, however this wouldn't be a bad way to play the game. I do feel with 100 megabits per second on all these captures, the image is much better than you'd expect. 1080p increases the quality by quite a big margin, but it also exposes the dithering and other picture flaws that lower resolutions hid with their blurrier outputs. I love a sharp picture, and I accept the concussions made when upscaling low resolution sources to a higher resolution. 1440p again is a sharper version of 1080p, being more ideal if you want to play or capture PlayStation titles on higher resolution displays. I tested more games with these various resolution outputs from OBS for your viewing pleasure. See how the games look going from 144p all the way up to 1440p. I will see you at the end. There we are folks, OBS's resolution outputs tested yet again, and it was a lot of fun to see what would happen going from my resolution as low as 144p all the way up to 1440p. I hope this video shows you that both the output resolution along with the megabits per second makes a difference in overall video quality. While I expect none of you to record in 144p, if you wanted to record in say 720p or above, this video may give you an idea of how much of a change the image could make. Again, make sure you use enough megabits per second no matter the output. I have a video showing what happens if you use a low amount of bitrate for your target output. It will be linked in the video description if you are interested. What do you folks think of the results? How do you record your gameplay footage and which resolution do you utilize? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. In the previous video, I compared two RGB SCART cables for the Sony PlayStation 2, the Sony official RGB SCART cable and a third-party Sync-On Luma SCART cable from Retro Gaming Cables. The two cables were great, but the Sony official one had capacitors, which meant it was designed for the PlayStation console, therefore this could potentially reduce image quality. The cable did keep up until we used both 480p progressive scan mode and 1080i output via VMAX boot, where the third party cable pulled ahead with a much sharper and less messy picture. Now, I wanted to see if the same thing occurs if we use a third party component cable instead. In this case, the Joytech component cable is the Challenger and costing me around £30 from eBay. It is £50 cheaper than the Sony official RGB SCART cable. To see which one is better, both cables will be processed by the OSSC. The 480i 576i games were passed through, meaning I deinterlaced them in OBS. 480p content was line doubled to 960p, and I played some games with 1080i resolution via VMAX boot to see if any more differences surface. Let's begin. I picked Battlefield 2 Modern Combat first, and this game does support 60Hz via 480i. Looking closely at the footage, I feel both look pretty similar to me. Both cables produce a decent image from this standard resolution output, and neither show any obvious problems such as video noise or smeary colours. Let me know if you think any differently in the comments. WRC3 is next, and this is in 576i, yes, PAL only. Again, even with the widescreen mode used, both cables look practically the same in my eyes. Maybe on closer inspection there could be a small, I mean very small difference, but I'm pretty sure both look identical. Again, let me know if you see a difference. Soul Calibur 3 has 60Hz, but no 480p for the PAL version. We were robbed. Anyway, this game doesn't seem to change the results seen thus far. The game looks practically the same using both cables. It's a bit surprising considering that the Sony official cable was made for the PlayStation 1 rather than the PlayStation 2. I'll show you some more standard resolution footage, then we will turn up the quality dial as we see if 480p line double to 960p makes a difference. Haunting Ground supports 480p, and let's see if a difference occurs. Both cables do look pretty similar, but on closer inspection the Joytech component cables have the edge in sharpness and image clarity. It's not a substantial difference, but it is visible and proves that the capacitors on the SCART cable can indeed affect image quality. Prince of Persia also has 480p support. Again, the image quality differences are not massive, but the Joytech component cables do edge out the SCART cable enough to show that cables made specifically for the PlayStation 2 are your best bet for getting the most out of the console. Driver Parallel Lines has 480p support, although it does look a little bit soft. Not sure if it's the widescreen causing this, or if the special effects are making it blurrier than it should be. Regardless, the Joytech component cables are slightly sharper, but once again, the difference isn't massive. 480p does favour the Joytech component cables, although the SCART cable is still hanging in the fight. I'll show a few more 480p supported games, then I'll be breaking out the heavy artillery. Our last test will involve using FreeMcBoot to force the resolution output to 1080i. Surely the SCART cable is toast, right? Let's see. Guilty Gear X2 is first up, and luckily this PAL version has 60Hz, so we can take full advantage of 1080i resolution. I saw straight away the sharpness falling away on the SCART cable, and the component cable really shined. There's no doubt that the capacitors on the Sony cable are affecting its performance, and it seems the higher resolution is causing it to struggle. Of course, you can get PlayStation 2 specific RGB SCART cables, and it will fix the problem. Black has both 1080i and 480p applied to it, and it makes for a breathtaking display. I love this game, and the component cables definitely held up. The SCART cable looked good, but side by side the image doesn't hold up, looking slightly smeary and lacking some of the more pronounced detail shown with component. If you had to choose between the two cables, component wins. Tekken 4 was played using 1080i mixed in with 480p. The results are spectacular, although the game window is slightly smaller and stretched more than normal. What is clear is just how much crisper the 1080i footage looks via component compared to the RGB SCART cable. This game has the most conclusive result yet. I will show the rest of the games I played for this video using 1080i, and then I shall give you my final conclusion on the two cables. I will see you at the end. There we are, two different cables tested. What did we learn? RGB SCART cables and component cables for the PlayStation 2 can produce identical image quality as long as the cable in question is of acceptable build quality and is built specifically for the PlayStation 2. It is surprising how the RGB SCART cable kept pace despite not being built for the PlayStation 2, but this video does show why perhaps you should think twice about which cable to get in order to get the best image quality possible. Most of you will not play in 1080i, so the choice is yours, RGB or component. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on the matter? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. In the previous video, I took a gander at a cheap capture card, the DigitNow 4K USB capture card, which I bought from eBay for £30. Knowing that the public wanted cheap devices for video game captures, I pitted it against the Elgato HD60S Plus that I use for my personal setup. The results definitely favoured the Elgato in every way, and the flaws of the USB capture card were too great for me to recommend it over, say, an older Elgato card. With this, I decided to test both capture devices again, this time on the Sega Dreamcast. Why? This console has VGA support on most of its games, which means 480p video output. This resolution was one of the stronger points of the 4K USB capture card. Can this make it worth a buy? I used the OSSC at 480p Line 2X for both capture cards, used the OBS 1440p video output, and the bitrate at around 90 megabits per second to get rid of as much compression artifacts as possible. Let's begin! We begin with Dead or Alive 2, one of the best fighting games on the platform. This is a fantastic fighting game, and seen on the 4K USB capture card, the title looks pretty good, at least initially. Looking closely, the frame rate is 30, not 60 as it should be, the colours are oversaturated, and it's a bit noisy in the video output even though the cable in question is very high quality. Bringing in the Elgato HD60S Plus, the game looks incredible. The colours are natural yet nicely saturated, the image is much sharper and cleaner in the video output, and the frame rates are correct, displaying at the 60 frames per second this title actually runs at. The difference in quality is pretty surprising. The two cards couldn't be more apart. Next up, let's try the Rumblefish 2. This Atomus Wave port uses 3D backgrounds with 2D shell shaded character graphics. Here, the 4K USB capture card struggles. Yes, the frame rate is cut in half, but the colours are too bright and saturated, the picture is softer than expected, and worse, the response times when pressing buttons are not on point. Not bad enough to be unplayable, mind you, still not ideal compared to the Elgato. Speaking of the Elgato, the HD60S Plus blazes through this title. It looks and plays so much better with nicer colours, the correct frame rates, more responsive gameplay, and better overall sharpness. I got further into the game using the Elgato. Enough said, really. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 is one of my favourite games ever. Before we start the game, the character select screen uses in-game graphics, and I figured to utilise it to see the differences between the two devices. You can see how much cleaner the Elgato is, not only in detail, but the colour noise seen with the 4K USB capture card is nowhere to be seen. All this continues into the gameplay, where the more responsive Elgato makes the game a joy to play. The USB capture card wasn't impossible, but I needed more time to adjust to the delay, and this definitely will be a factor should you want to pick up this device. Sega GT is a racing sim I had to test. This Gran Turismo clone looks good, and will be able to test the lag I've felt on the 4K USB capture card so far. In terms of visuals, the differences seen thus far present themselves in full force, and again, the Elgato is the clear winner in video output quality. The gameplay, however, is an even bigger win for the Elgato. This device was so much more responsive, and I had much better control over my car, whereas the handling felt loose and all over the place on the 4K USB capture card. Despite being USB 3 compatible, the Elgato is just less laggy when played through the OBS window. Let's look at Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. I love this title more than most, and the Dreamcast port did it justice. The 4K USB looks pretty bad here, especially with the red colours getting oversaturated. The lack of sharpness and messy overall picture doesn't help its case. The Elgato capture card makes mincemeat of this comparison. It looks just so much better. Although I got to the section where you dismantle an SUV on both devices, the Elgato made the experience so much more fun and engaging. You can get cheap capture cards that perform better than what the 4K USB capture card offers. Confidential Mission is a light gun game which requires fast reflexes and quick reactions to clear a stage without dying. Although I'm not good at this title, the Elgato allowed me to go further into the first stage, and my performance in the minigames were much better too. The 4K USB capture card wasn't god awful. A bit of practice might have seen me do a lot better, but the lag differences between the two was clear. It changed my perception on the title. I had fun with the Elgato and was left somewhat frustrated when using the 4K USB capture card. Well folks, I captured a few more games with both devices at the wheel. See which of the two have the best video output in your opinion, and pay close attention to the sound output. The result might surprise you. I'll catch you at the end. If this test wasn't a conclusive comparison for the two devices, I do not know what is. The Elgato HD60S Plus was light years ahead in every category: colours, contrast, sharpness, performance and more. Although the device still costs around £80 or more, it's a great value when you consider how well it performed in this video. Don't forget, it supports 1440p output natively and looks better than the 4K pass-through mode the company talked about heavily during its launch. I have a video if you want to see this aspect tested in depth in the link down in the video description. As I said before, the 4K USB capture card could have been a nice way to introduce someone to the world of video capturing for a good entry price. Unfortunately, there's too many issues to recommend it, especially the lack of 60Hz support. My advice is you look at older Elgato capture cards or other known companies if you are looking for a decent yet affordable video capture card to record and capture gameplay footage. What do you folks think of the results? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. Years ago, I made a video showing how PlayStation content is displayed on a PlayStation Portable 2000 when using its native video output feature with component video and comparing it to a real PlayStation via RGB SCART. I used both progressive and interlaced video modes against real PlayStation hardware. I even took it one step further by looking exclusively at the high-res PlayStation titles and seeing how the output changed between progressive and interlaced modes. I will be doing the same test between the two platforms using a mixture of interlaced and progressive modes for the PlayStation Portable. Both consoles will be using the OSSC at line 5X for 240p or 288p content. For interlaced video output, the PlayStation Portable will be in progressive mode and line doubled to 960p, whereas the PlayStation will be using 480i native and deinterlaced via OBS. Let's get into it. We begin with Jarrett and Labonte Stock Car Racing, also known as Tucker World Touring Cars. I love this game and being able to take it with me on the PlayStation Portable is a great feature of the device. I usually show off the 16:9 mode, but I'll be using 4:3 on this occasion. Looking at the video output using interlaced mode, this game looks pretty good. In fact, I used the PlayStation Portable footage when I reviewed the game many years ago. It is a little blurry, but nothing awful, and it looks okay on a 4K display. The PlayStation footage shows even sharper results, and this would be handy to play on a HD panel, especially thanks to the OSSC's Line 5X mode. Side by side, the details that are a bit blurred on PlayStation Portable are cleaned up and easier to discern on PlayStation. I'm impressed with how well the PlayStation Portable does with the video output. Not bad at all. Driver 2 is next, and most of what I described holds true in this game. The output is 240p for this NTSC version, and the PlayStation Portable is slightly blurry as a result. I still enjoyed the experience of playing this title on my 4K display. The PlayStation is naturally even sharper and nicer to look at. I also noticed the game was brighter too, making it less dull compared to the PlayStation Portable output. You can of course make it brighter at the cost of making the image washed out. Still, a nice result for the PlayStation Portable. Soul Edge, or Soul Blade for Western versions, is one of my favourite fighting games on PlayStation. Taking a look at the two platforms, the difference is not the same as the other games shown so far. The PlayStation is sharper as we expect, but not by much here. Perhaps the game is running at a slightly different resolution compared to the featured games so far? Whatever the case, the PlayStation Portable holds up a bit better in this title. Ghost in the Shell changes the narrative because this time the PlayStation Portable is noticeably blurrier than normal. On its own merit, the image is acceptable enough and is still fun to play on a 4K display or a HD one. The PlayStation footage though is very sharp by comparison. The two couldn't be more different as you see here. Just amazing how one game can change everything. Soul Edge had the two strikingly close, but here, the PlayStation is leagues ahead in its video output. Let's change gears and look at Tekken 3. This runs in the PlayStation's high-res mode, aka 480i or 576i for PAL versions. The PlayStation Portable is using progressive mode, which enables 480p or 576p output. I line doubled this to 960p thanks to the OSSC. The PlayStation runs at 480i native. The PlayStation Portable has a very interesting look. It is smooth looking and the way it's deinterlaced is very compelling. I think this little hack works great for games using 480i output. The PlayStation is still sharp despite only using 480i natively, but it does look a bit messy, and although the OSSC can use the Line4X function, I just prefer the PlayStation Portable output when using progressive mode. Alright, I tested more games, so I want you folks to see how the two platforms compare with the video output, along with listening to the audio quality to see which of the two sound best. I'll see you at the end.
Unit 1, you are free to use firearms. Fire at your discretion.
evidence.
Round 2. Fight.
The two platforms certainly had interesting results, wouldn't you say? Naturally, if you use RGB SCART or even S-Video cables for the PlayStation, the video output would triumph the PlayStation Portable. The PlayStation Portable needed component cables, and because of many factors such as mismatched resolution between screen and video output, and of course a bilinear filter which I cannot disable on PlayStation Portable, the handheld is pegged back in overall video output quality. Intell's content fares better on PlayStation Portable when outputting in progressive mode, and these games I feel look better with their smoother appearance. I will say, had I owned an upscaler with true motion adaptive deinterlacing, the PlayStation would be well ahead. I still love what the PlayStation Portable can do with its video output, even if it falls behind in sharpness. You folks let me know, what were your thoughts on the results? Would you output PlayStation games on a PlayStation Portable? Tell me in the comments, and unfortunately folks, this concludes Afro's Curiosities Season 7. Honestly, thank you for supporting me once again, and I really do hope this season was a big improvement over Season 6 and before. Until next time, I will see you soon.